the next trial day, only as we expected. We're going to be doing it at Karain, and I'm guessing we're going to be seeing a seance, aren't we?
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff at stake because we found out that Amara's alive. Amara is Nayuta's mother and possibly Rafa's. There's some scandalous stuff going on.
It's honestly pretty bizarre overall. So we'll see how this plays out. Oh, is this to get set for the final? Oh,
The people of Karain are angry.
flags and banners. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defying Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference: the divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter of deliberation. I've heard about that. They haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Karain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... Also curious about that little nugget. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Thanks, Dads. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, but I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Har 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 har. That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Karenese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one, you'll see. Trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmadhi begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Karain and the assassination of the former Korean Amara Sigatar Karain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sanmati? Prosecutor Sanmati? Yes, of course. Please, proceed. What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Sadmadhi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmadhi. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son, could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sadmati going against his own father's just... How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha! Ha 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 ha. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Yeah, that sounded too old to be.
Yep. It was a woman.
One moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Your Eminence, what brings you here? Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown Dirk Sadmati personally, but remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Garan Sigatar Karain. First, Your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
Is this the big surprise for Apollo? I'm assuming not.
I don't think this one is. A truth that you can't accept, I don't know, that's it. I'd heard she served as Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. Guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. For words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might.
Whoa.
What?
She looks like a Medusa sea witch.
Ooh, what a magnificent sight. The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. I think we would get to see it once more. What the
hell? That's right.
That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. Hehehe, it's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Karain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed.
She like 9 months.
I don't know.
Maybe that's that. Maybe we found an extra one in the funerary place.
Like she should have 10, but she only has 9 or whatever the heck.
Yeah.
Know this, lawyer. Yeah, she has 5. I don't suppose I could ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Yes. Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. Now it is time for the divination seance. Look how long her nails are, too.
They were probably hidden before. But you know what? That other necklace that we found in there, Rick said he bought it, so we think that maybe it was from Amara. But is Mimi?
I don't know.
Stuff. Maybe he found stuff.
Yeah, looks like some just regular old woman somewhere, but... Rafa, come forth. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup, and today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes.
That's a cool thing to do to somebody.
Yeah, it would. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. Wait. Your aunt didn't do something to her, did she? Her Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution is yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sanmadhi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for such much-needed rest? We shall not. You fool spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See, problem solved. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin. The divination seance. Nana, my robe. Oh, no, Nana. Oh! Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You removed my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? I may. So that's Nina. I only see a resemblance, but it seems very... I don't know. Great, I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be named... Aww. Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa, you know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright, let's skip to the final memories. Nothing? Oh. Oh. Your Benevolence? What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take Her Benevolence to the first aid station at once. That's possible, or I don't even know why she just had a fainting spell. And why she was breathing so heavily. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why Her Benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty? Oh yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would. Pretty sure if Rafa was an adult, it would still be very, 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 very difficult.
Yeah.
He's the first witness? Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of treacherous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as it always was, I see, Gran. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sanmati, if you can enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tube. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I've no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
There was an extra fingerprint, remember?
That's true.
Partial.
Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles. and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination?
Hold it!
You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? It's not something that has ever happened to you before. Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse, one befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection!
Don't make me laugh, Your Malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Oh, hello.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha 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 ha. Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the Queen. Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. You called, Your Eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence, we searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. And there you have it. Oh, right, they did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right, no one got in and out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Urdi Harakara!
Arg. Do you see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How could it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sadmadhi, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Well, I mean, we have that fingerprint, right? Oh, did I skip all over it? Oops.
We know that blood doesn't come back to anybody.
That's true. We know that.
I think it's the blood in the thing, because it's not either one of them.
I mean, we can keep pressing for now. But I would...
Hold it!
I would say that we have some possible proof there. Can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility that a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's gotta do sometimes. Isn't that right? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Right? I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Ha 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 ha. Geez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. Ah ha ha, if that were true, I'd be long dead. Find the possible in the impossible. Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see, I came to...
Hold it!
You stated that he was as dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure? It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider. What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. Seems you truly do have a death wish. Ah ha 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 ha. Is that really all you've got? Dirk, I'm begging you, enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please.
So confused. His face told us he's died anyway.
Right. So he's gotta, like... he's just gotta, like, mouthing off. You deceitful witch. I mean, that... A day's passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garan. I have no motive. You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Sure. Yes. That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well, then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested.
Hold it!
A bloodless revolution? Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Garan. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you? You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough and display your head for all of Khura'in to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaking your maleficence. It shall be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by her own people. I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot. I know that self-restraint's as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this.
Hold
At
it!
least I don't think I did. Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone no matter the circumstances.
Objection!
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Yeah, he's supposed to. Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case... You will strike the statement, "I didn't kill him," from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make or break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating, "I didn't kill him." What? Sure, whatever. It's the Garand show after all. Same as always. Oh, okay.
Hold it!
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? Alright, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent, even with all these inconvenient truths. Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But does the possibility itself even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Okay, so let's go to that.
Objection!
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga, and since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well, then tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered, so if there was a hiding place, it would have to be someone no one would dare look. Exactly, which is why they would not look at Amara's tomb. Let's have your answer, defense.
Take that!
Oh, that was perfect. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain, and then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence? Is it?
Such insolence. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. But the trial's not even over. Man, now we're getting winded? How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed the blood is of the traitor Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured. So where did this blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Oh! Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Ah, shoot, you got me. Oh! Pay attention, Horn Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be for Queen Karayan. Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Sadmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Khura'in, I shall not now pass judgment upon the accused. What? Oh, he wasn't expecting that.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. Know when you were defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, you've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong? Might just work. Well, don't keep us waiting, Defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Ingo really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Ingo really killed? Before Dirk entered the tomb is what we're getting at. Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Ingo was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, this certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
Apparently not.
Yeah. I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
Why doesn't Garan do it since she's so special?
Yeah. How could my testimony be of any value? Stop doubting yourself. Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara and about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her what the truth really was, for it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today, so there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one going in or out of the tomb after my father entered at 2:30. Your second-floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor
That's
husband.
not true because I'll Be Your Guide was already in there and saw her
That's true.
channeling somebody, so people can get in there. We have a picture. Or she'd like to believe.
Now, you hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garam, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness. Well, thank you, Judge. You see, you have a purpose.
Hold it!
You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see, she really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Sheesh, teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well...
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think.
Maybe walking with her.
Yeah. Oh, there was one unusual thing. I remember that. Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this?
That's harshly.
Press harshly? Should we? Okay. Your benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Eek! Foreign devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, a rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somewhere. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. Ah, but I think that's where we have a statement from Albie. Yeah.
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. You fool, her daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. No! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because my mother told me not to.
What?
Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is no relevance to this case.
Objection!
That's not how that
You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand.
We can't find her now,
Yeah.
and that would make her a witness.
Yeah.
So what the hell have you done with her?
Exactly. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah! Your benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana was gone. Gone? Yes, I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how can Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what?
I guess that both is where she disappeared to and why. I think where right now is more important.
Possibly. I was thinking why, but let's do where. I'm not sure we're getting penalized. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air. Right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... first my father and now Nana? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime.
Says the witch who's a lawyer.
Yeah. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain.
Yeah.
How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with which...
Again, remember we had footsteps inside that room.
We did! She would have left shoe prints along the way. The only shoe prints to be found belong to my husband Inga. Huh? Then... That's right, Nena never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? Oh, maybe this is where she brings it up. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nena. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nena could not have possibly gone into the tomb, and that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Arr. Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer! Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nena not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but, Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nena? I believe it was around 2:15. I see. Apollo, if Nena entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah, I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because he was attacked by Nena. Maybe he was attacked by Nena. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I mean, we're saying that he moved himself.
He moved himself, so it does nothing.
I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand that the scream was in reaction to Nena's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide.
He shot him with his medication.
Oh.
The back pain medication.
Overdosing?
Yeah. We have the injection, don't we?
We do. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died are two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nena in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sadmavi, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore it. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nena with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water? How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. I don't know why, but Apollo sweating, for me, is funnier than Phoenix. There's just something about Apollo, his face. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Ah! Oh no. Nayuta? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now, hold on. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Huh. Ah, please stop! Yuna has a point. Oh yeah, Phoenix, just don't try to get the beads off my head. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Ow, yeah, I doubt someone would ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. The back pain medication numbed him. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice he had been stabbed? Yes, let's make the pain disappear.
Take that!
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed.
I didn't quite have this feel going, but
I didn't expect this at all as how he died. At all.
I mean, I had suspected the painkiller stuff would be in there, but
You weren't expecting that was
how he got stabbed.
how he didn't notice he got stabbed.
Yeah.
You thought maybe it had to do with the murder itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think he was murdered in his residence. I kept thinking the sarcophagus, but maybe
Earlier,
it's...
I said I thought there was blood on the doorsteps near the water.
Oh yeah, you did say that. Which, that could be it too, but still, either way. Are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there, it was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his private quarters. Polkunka! Holy mother of Karain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nena killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nena to the stand. Yeah, if she can be found. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to stand with no proof whatsoever? It's like bringing in nostalgia from Inside Out 2. That was like such a great little one-off, two-off character. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. Poor Rafa. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nena's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open, well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you were so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bah! Still you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him and you will not be the subject of execution. Is this some sort of joke? And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of the sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, That's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Let's abandon him. I want to see if you can and there's a different ending. We'll be executed if we lose this trial. Poor Chusi will lose her father. I feel bad for Athena, too. And besides, life is precious. It's not something you should gamble with. Still, I made a promise. And there's one more person I can't abandon in this time of need, which leaves me with only one choice. Nice try, Garaon, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent, that's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rayfa looks like she's really struggling. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well then, if the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I see the new evidence indicating a different suspect. Of course I have some new evidence. Ho ho ho, do you now? How very interesting. Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. I don't know if we actually have anything.
Is the picture of her talking to someone inside the tomb?
Here? You mean the channeling photo? I think we should have said no. Because I don't think we have new evidence right now, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is
Take
it.
that!
You would claim this evidence proves the existence of a different suspect? Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Your Eminence, are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you? It would appear to me that you chose that evidence at random. In the vain hope you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct? Your Majesty? For shame! Sorry, time to rethink that one. Does not exist. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one, then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in. Channeling? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. Need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Let's go with Rafa. If it's not her, then it's Maya.
Take that!
But that is... me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments, but that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. But if you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need...
Objection!
You were just trying to get her to... Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again? The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty. Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Khura'in's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered. Yeah, but she's the law, isn't she? Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. You writing with your nail? Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It's as the defense said, I must not neglect my duties simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I shall conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death.
15 minutes earlier, she was.
Yeah,
Maybe she knew she couldn't do it.
but Hornhead needs my help. Aww. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most hideous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. Perhaps not the barred one there overturned them more than once. Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, begone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. That's a little rude. Worthless? Wow, how could she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, Horned Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This has proven to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life? Yes! We will. She's not worthless. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. It looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But, it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though you didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Isn't that what I said 10 billion cases ago? Vital leads, my seances. So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time. Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave the sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you did not need me, Mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk. Go, girl. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had disproved the insights it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana. I believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far, the truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it, unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen. Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. Victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance and let the eyes of dance of devotion so that we may receive.
All right. Grapes, incense, sour, incense.
You're already in there.
Footsteps. Well, yeah, like he did run here, so it should be here. Man's voice. Pain. Footsteps. Oh dear.
Why is his face blurry?
This is explosion. Laughter? This was not a very good seance for us.
No, but we couldn't see Dirk's face either.
Yeah.
He would know him.
Yeah. And look, a faceless being. Okay, so... yeah, he would know him. What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Ooh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. Very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused, slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. One thing?
Laughter?
The laughter? That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows, though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Aha, but that figure didn't even have a mouth. Ho ho ho. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But he did feel pain. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Ah! Everything just backfired big time. Wow, Garan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Give me 1 second. I'll be back. And then we'll get the words, and it's about to be.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We're resuming. Now we're going to do the divination seance. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. How do you miss somebody that... I mean, I guess if you're, in pain, dying with blood going on, I guess you could miss. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rachel's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken.
It was a man's voice. We don't know whose voice.
Yeah. I'm quite curious. Let's see, around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He'd been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Thing is, why wouldn't he turn around? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, why does he have blood on him? The other guy, whoever he is. We're trying to find some kind of contradiction in something.
Okay.
I was waiting to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother.
The footsteps are him.
Yeah. And then he had been waiting vigilantly, but now he hears a man's voice.
Man's voice, because I think he should be turning to...
Did he miss, or did he just not? Explosion.
I think he shot. He shot the other one, but because there was one statue that was...
But we can't really tell it's Dirk's voice by that.
Right, and he hasn't turned, because if you were expecting Dirk, wouldn't you turn around immediately because he's a foe?
Yeah. And because he's the guy who you're planning the exchange with.
Right.
Literally, he can't, that doesn't make any sense.
His voice is he's talking to the mother. It's his own voice.
Yeah. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Yes, exactly. Ah. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Ugh. Then whose voice was it? Maybe it was his, as you said. There's likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
Or it's somebody else. But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice?
The guy who came through this divination, or if we met with the Queen for the challenge, right?
Hmm.
Because there's another man.
I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out who the voice was. Don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? Well, he had grape juice.
I think it's the picture of the guy that showed up.
So, let me just see this, the body. Talking about this guy? But he said, but they're saying something that Inga had while he was waiting.
Oh, Inga.
Yeah, so he didn't have that guy. He didn't have this either, because this was in his...
Well, he needed to know what Dirk looked like. But that's not gonna really help us.
Yeah.
It's smart for Inga. Inga should know Nana.
Let's see.
Maybe it's that list, because he was going to give that list
Oh,
to somebody.
Or did he have... Well, but we found it at his residence. Was it the gemstone? Incense burners, cake, and... I mean, I don't necessarily know that would. Because if we found this at the crime scene, I would say that. Especially with the people's characteristics. But they're saying something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk.
The phone? You have the cell phone? Or can we show the picture of him laying here? Maybe he was on the phone with somebody.
Oh yeah, hey.
The voice we hear is his own.
That's my father's... I know that must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us to... Ah, okay. Yep, your instincts are correct.
Take that!
A cell phone? Right, I believe that the voice the minister heard was off a call on the cell phone. I see, well that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I concede the possibility. But it seems I must refine my vision. I love that she's just cooperative now. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbhead. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. So the voice was coming from the phone, that's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm in the hang of this now. Well, I wonder if the laughter was also coming from the phone. Or maybe the explosion did. Because maybe the explosion was the firecracker. But could it be? Because the firecracker was earlier. Yeah, so that was earlier, so that was that.
Lion's roar.
What the? Dog's bark? Then this wasn't 3 p.m. Well, the lion's roar would be the warbad. Yeah.
There's no bird in there, right?
No. But maybe the guy in the other end.
Oh, is that the bazaar?
Yeah. And what
The
this...
explosion is the firecracker.
Yes. So this can't be 3 p.m. This has to be 2. Because that's when he was scared. So he'd been dead for an hour. So... Let's see. Lions roar, dogs bark.
Objection!
Oh, maybe that was the wrong thing. I should do that for the 3 p.m.
Objection!
No? Maybe it really just is the lion's roar for taking the call.
Objection!
Is that it?
Yep. I hate to break it to you, your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Aw, she's angry. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. Let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Terrain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar was in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the warbad over in the bazaar? Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call...
It's very important. You said it's not 3.
Yeah, it's not 3 at all. And we know that the firecracker was somewhere in the bazaar. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Oh, but I can. Go ahead, Apollo, tell her. Tell Ray for the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? Yeah. Bazaar manhole. Yep. Got yelled at by a dog and a warbad, and then threw a firecracker.
Take that!
What is that? It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claimed that Datsarbal threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then, yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah!
Objection!
And yet a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? You want to call your royal guard for that? No, I have none. Wait a second, if that loud bang was firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... Dats? No, it can't be. Dats! He was laughing! Because he was saying, look at the look on your face. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky That's Arble. That's Arble. Lads. Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Har 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 har. Hey there, AJPW, y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arble. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafus' insight again. Okay, I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Well, I think the inconsistency is at 3 p.m. Let's see if any new things... Okay, I'm gonna go with the 3 p.m.
Objection!
Did you say that?
No, not yet. I know I'm on the right track with that. I'm just far ahead, I think. I don't get why the grape juice is sour, though.
I don't either. Oh, the footsteps, because if he was already behind him, he shouldn't have had to walk.
But he just turned in front of him, though. See, he wasn't there before, and then you hear footsteps, and now there's a guy in front of him. I'm gonna try one more time, but this time the dogs bark.
Objection!
Nope, still hear the music. Guilty! We're all gonna die. Retry from this scene. Around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange.
Well, one thing we haven't challenged is the incense.
But it's, let me see. Let's consult. There's nothing here. Looks like you could use a sounding board to house this. We now know that the loud explosion was a firecracker that dashed through. That very fact may have produced an inconsistency somewhere. You're right. I'm going to take another look at Rafa's insights.
Well, I mean, we know what the inconsistency is.
Because we're saying that now that we know the explosion was a firecracker, that could have produced now an inconsistency. Well, yeah, actually. Because the dog and the warbad, no. I thought the firecracker for some reason came before, so the timing works. The warbad and the dog, and then the explosion. So, he's in pain. Then there's an explosion, then there's laughter. The sequence of events seems legit.
Read what he says again. We now know the loud explosion was a firecracker. That very fact may have produced an inconsistency somewhere. I mean, if we know it's the firecracker, then we know this happened at 2, but it didn't accept any of that, right?
Right. Unless they want you to click on it again. Because we've talked about it.
I guess what I'm saying is, I thought I literally...
Fixed it already?
Yeah, like, I thought that's what got me to lose before, but let's try this then. Explosion at around 3 p.m. So maybe I haven't tried this yet.
Objection!
Okay, that's good. Yes! Finally, your benevolence is a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious. What evidence conflicts with the claim of... Okay, so it has to be this.
Take that!
I'll be your guide statement again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran to the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m. So then who ran out and screamed when Rafa saw him scream at like 2:15? If he was in there dying... Oh my god, look at her nails. Shh, got the break. But yeah, like, then he couldn't have been the one who came out. Gatz's laugh, the cry of the warband, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Aubrey's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we had originally thought.
But Dirk couldn't have been there.
He couldn't have. Dare I ask? It means that the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Polkunka? Arr! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken?
Yeah,
Oh my god, she did break her nails!
you're gonna throw that.
You know, they might. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Because it's the spirit of justice. Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was very clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you are absolutely right. Without a face, we cannot be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling. Palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded, which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous! Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is merely happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? And are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine that this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay.
So those notes were himself about what people look like. He wouldn't be able to tell face.
So, like, they legitimately were his notes and not somebody else's that we think are his. They could definitely use it depending upon Dirk. But, if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, Defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look at the evidence over again. Now, the notepad.
Take that!
People's characteristics. Notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of notes they wear, hairstyles, what kind of clothes they wear, hairstyle, other discerning physical characteristics. The faceless nature of the killer, how? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw the killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence. You knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you?
If you don't.
Pardon?
Or anything else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they did. He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia? Prosopagnosia? Did they just make that up? So Mr. Wright was right. Memories of those afflicted by such disorders in life do not appear strange at times. I'll keep this open so you can Google it. I actually hope this is a real thing, because that'd be kind of cool.
It is real.
It is real!
It's also known as a face blindness. It is a common disorder of the face perception in which the ability to recognize familiar faces, including one's own face, is impaired, while other aspects of visual processing and intellectual function are intact.
That's interesting.
So they can't recognize their own face.
Wow. So we just learned of a disorder through Spirited Justice.
A real thing.
A real thing.
But Korean is not a real thing.
Correct. That part's fake. But
It's like if Korea and Bahrain got together and had a baby.
yeah, North Korea. No. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who was both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? You know, Nanya did, but you know who else did? Nayuta. And me. Surely you were not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Gran has an alibi, remember? Oh right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nanya know about Minister Inga's disorder? Nana. Did I say Nanya or something?
I pronounced it like 6 different times.
Of course she does. She is our head servant. But she doesn't look anything like the faceless figure he saw. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what will.
witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafa saw him at 2:30. Ah, we did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Alright, why don't we ever get to make up answers like Duran makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see, and without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. What if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life, unless she summoned him and channeled him after he died.
Who?
The Queen. She was channeling.
Or Nana.
Or Nana. Or Amara. Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga, her benevolent saw, was in fact someone channeling him. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence Queen Duran and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the Minister. It would seem that you were ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30, the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Now, Yuta has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends? The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So then Inga's scream, that was probably for when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare, then realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Ah! That would be creepy as all heck. If I, see your dead parent running, oh my god. Like, realizing that? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence?
Was she gonna channel him, too?
Ooh, that'd be something. Matters on either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Oh, he's got a little dad in him, does he?
I kind of want to know, but...
I do too.
We played for like 2 hours, right?
Yeah,
It's holiday, so
it is.
neither of us have to work.
Yeah. I mean, let's at least go a little further, and then we can always call it quits. We don't have to
Let's see
keep...
Maya channel some other big dude.
Oh.
Oh,
Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the Queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Fey's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horn head. I love how she doesn't even call us Phoenix and Apollo. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground, and in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, you're benevolent. Your gratitude is more than enough, thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know.
Not from underage girlfriends.
Yeah, that's the only problem. I'm sure she's fantastic, but she can...
I'll take that horse.
Yeah. She can massage her father. Maybe not for us.
It's gone.
Oh dear. I blew big time, AJ. Dats? Shut up, you. What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? Oh my god, he's sweating. We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I have no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together. But I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place. Dats, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why'd he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Aw, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dats. Listen, Laura, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Shall we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey, it was my idea. And you are? Oh, right, I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in? Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you were suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye's lying. Apollo, Maya's being awfully secretive about something just now. But I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first.
Look at his bracelet reacting.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't Sadmati's necklace render the bracelet inert.
Oh, something like that, yeah. Okay, what do you mean?
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. What was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm, a pretty big one. I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Maya seems really confused. But you can't blame her for not knowing what happened. True, after all, first she was kidnapped, and now she's wrapped up in a murder case. We'll have to fill her in as she gives her testimony. Okay, let's start pressing.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Mm-hmm. I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of the Plume Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through? Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like hers, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear.
So that Maya could channel the founder to get rid of her.
Get rid of the queen.
Yeah.
Basically, he wasn't just being nice, get something out, quid pro quo, I'm giving you this, you're giving me that.
Yeah. See, if he was going to stage a coup and overthrow her, they need someone else who can take her out.
Right. Makes sense. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened...
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it becomes pretty much instantaneous, but I was all tied up literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. I don't know if it's mudra or mudra. Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childless Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears her little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind, except that Nagatama. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. When now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it? I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was...
The button in the ashes?
That could be it. Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha, good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have? So let's just make sure. That gemstone might be it. Yeah, and we're talking about a suit, so I think it's it.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then ask his wife. How could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Karain, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Karkul Halka Distan Biand Karain III. Pompous? He has Pompit in it? Hold on. So,
His name.
Disney, Biani, Laga, Biani Laga, Ormo Pompous, Danit already is Karain. Hold on a second, hold on. Inga Karkul, Hakad Disnam, Biani.
How could this name be any longer?
Longer, oh my god! Longer, or more pompous than it already is. Karain the Third, what? Boy, that made your jaw drop.
Inga, Aku, Isna, Ani, Wanga, Ormo, Pompous, and R-N-E-A.
Karain the Third. Wow. I'm impressed.
Wow.
Yeah, bravo. That is his true name. Could it be any I'm glad we translated that. Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely, yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. Ah. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo? I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Now, Apollo, I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Mr. Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else. But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Amara, maybe? Such chatters without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Irk. I don't care what Garan says, I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances surrounding around the channeling, right? Right, we know Raypa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at that time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters, so we're saying it's Nena. Well, I'm waiting to fence, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person. They were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. Ooh, look at our 3 penalties. Horn Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Nena.
Take that!
Nena? Your Eminence said it yourself. And then there's her benevolence statement. She said that Nena disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nena channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah, no way! That's gotta be it. Nena must have somehow channeled the minister. She's not all that she seems, because we're suspecting she's Amara. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nena isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nena to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well, then. Let us call Nena to testify. If we can find her. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nena is in the waiting lobby. What? What? Nana's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seemed she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed, but her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing after it meets the eye, Apollo. I am quite curious about this. Here's the thing. Nina, do you understand why you have been summoned here today?
What's up with her hair?
Yes, of course. So here's the thing. Look at that. That diamond on her forehead and the gray hair is exactly like her.
Yeah, she has green eyes and Nina has
Brown.
brown.
Okay, well, that's a good point. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed the crime. So this is Nana.
And she's wearing contacts.
That's quite the hairdo. Yeah, she could be wearing contacts. Though I will say, heh 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 heh. I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her with all the time they spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Ha ha ha, thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. This is the first time we've actually heard her speak, and not just whisper Wikipedia stuff into Rafa's head. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Duran, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning had led us to this end, that Nana channeled Inga's spirit. All right, the defense may now question the witness.
Hold it!
Alby's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister, what hogwash! Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Khura'in. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. Most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners can never become a medium no matter how hard they try. That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead.
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nana? Like a distant relative or something? I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo, spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, and even with a royal ancestor, it can be impossible to learn without the right training. It is as the bard once says. It also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Khura'in and your country's Khura'in village. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins. Anne was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nanos, yet another follower, unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she is still alive shackles Nayuta to Garang. You're still standing there by that woman's side. It's because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel. I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insistent that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo. Oh, we can tell. But try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Nana is right about one thing, though. Only those in the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums and crime. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so, still. I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. One very big thing.
She is a green one? Are others green too?
Question. Let me see.
I thought the founders were to have something to I mean, I'm not even sure if it's this statement in particular. not dead, and we have a picture to disprove that statement.
So maybe that's the big thing.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nina's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Khura'in, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nina stated an absolute falsehood, since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nina channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think I'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec, are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Would the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. Born devil, you mustn't. Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photograph is the previous Korean Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Going with it. Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Ayuda, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Here we go.
Take that!
But that's...
Uh-oh.
Oh! This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga, someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What? Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and is actually Miss Dana here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Polkanka! Apparently not. He just thought she was being held safe? She looks a lot younger now, though, with that confused face. Yeah, I think so. Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nana? No, Amara Sigatar Karine. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Why would she be trying to frame Dirk? Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you good people of Karine. It is I, Amara Sigatar Karine, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true you're alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garan. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life, but though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister Garan. But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Why hasn't she opened her eyes? Garan, I would have you explain. I wish for her to be close at hand. It was the only way. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
That's the thing, but she was still hanging out with Dirk, right? Because he said he came back and found her.
Yeah, that's what's so weird. So, like, her motive... I don't know, why did he leave then? He never even guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Khurainism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nena, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Ho 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 ho. What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me? The one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Khurainism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess on this stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth, your mercifulness. O young lawyer, in my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Ah, there's a flaw? Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk's son Madhi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see, that is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Did not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah, had she tried to exit before you all arrived?
She get in her own coffin?
I wonder, Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her.
We didn't see Nana for a long ass time.
Yeah, a long time. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sanmadhi, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your good mother's name, or mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. Hehehe, what a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of the sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, your eminence. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Wonder what Rafe was thinking. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory.
She's a nice person. She's not being very nice.
Well, the fact that we think she's a murderer.
Well, I know, but like, unless she's under the control of somebody else, there's gonna be another truth so much that we can't bear.
And we still gotta figure out something about Apollo's father, because we can never get a divination seance because we didn't know his name. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Samadhi for his crimes. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand.
It's like a woodland critter Christmas.
Oh god. Okay, that would make her more suspicious. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings, blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
Isn't that our whole point?
Yeah, what the heck? They're still there?
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today, for the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I may ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Samadhi and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truths. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. I just thought of something. Maybe the picture of his dead body on the floor was her playing dead. Dead. Moved. The empty coffin? I don't know.
Hold it!
He fled for her, too. There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim, "It wasn't me, you must believe me." It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend the ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
What if it's Phoenix's dad that tried to murder her?
Phoenix's dad?
I'm sorry, Apollo's dad. Because he was there too, and they said he died in that fire.
Basically, he was still alive, just like Amara was,
Yeah.
and then killed her. Or tried to, or killed Inga.
Or he tried to kill Amara, and that's what he's saying is it's going to be so hard for you, like you were the child of a murderer.
Oh boy, oh that would be hard.
Yeah.
It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Oh ho ho, do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to. For normal people. Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, defense, do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? She channeled someone. Inga. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Well, what the? You know what? She's related to Chief Gand, because he electrifies when stuff happens. Eek! Mercy, your mercifulness. That was a little scary. Miss the animals. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good magistrate is quite all right. Shrinism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned discipline. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Fey. Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you alleged... But you know, it's true though, because, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. It's true, if she channeled Inga, then why would he play dead since he's the living dead at that point? Maybe my theory's not... I'm on the right track, just haven't hit the target. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but... can't rule it out yet. Because, well... what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd! If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Who else?
Dirk already died?
Like Dirk's dead and we didn't know it? That would be beyond creepy.
He said he was sick.
That is true.
And someone else was shot over by the, because he had to run away to go get her for her to reappear. And someone got shot over by those other statues, and there was blood, which he said he was sick and coughing up.
Thing is, he told us that just last night, that he was sick. He would have had to have been dead this whole time. Nuh-uh. Queen Amara, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find? Oh, God. Has this Dirk not been the same Dirk?
That's why we haven't seen her, Nana, all the times that we had Dirk.
Because Dirk just showed up, and Nana... Oh, my God.
And she can blaspheme his name because he's already dead.
Oh, my God. This is... Oh, my God. And let me... I think it would be this picture. Let's press first.
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's. Yeah, but Mara's counter-arguments are too spot on for us to rebut. Actually, there's one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? It's one heck of a face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing really, and yet that means... Maybe that's why he fled from the hall. Because there is no Dirk anymore. Oh my God.
Objection!
I guess it's the wrong thing.
Present his bag.
Perhaps.
Objection!
This is wild if it's what we're thinking.
Could it be your rocket?
Oh, but wait! Maybe it's the blood! Dirk's blood and he died there.
Objection!
And that explains why Dirk was over. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm presenting this.
Over
He was standing over him because that was Dirk technically, but it... Oh, jeez. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb. You vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper, if all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Oh my god.
Well, she put the real Dirk's body in the tomb.
Man, listen to this music, too. Oh! Oh my god. No, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. That explains why he kept agreeing with the prosecution! Oh, jeez. Oh, this music. Oh, I cannot believe this. Oh my god! Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't. That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmadhi, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Polkunka! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see, after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb, but if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is... Dirk had also been murdered. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Ayuda, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof. The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... Ugh. That's why he came too. He was dizzy. So... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust you may now open it? If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. This is insane. Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body. And the crazy thing is he's sweating, but he's not doing that face. Just his regular pose. Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Oh dear. Dirk Satmadhi.
There's his matching locket.
Yep. Dirk! Oh. No! Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk, answer me. How can this be? Heh heh heh.
Who's laughing?
Yeah, it ain't Emma, is it? Okay. The treacherous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawl out from under. Heh heh heh, ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Queen seems to be the only one happy. Who, what was I even fighting for? Apollo? What am I supposed to do now?
This is a double murder. Let's just be honest about what happened here.
Yeah. Unless he just died because he had an illness, then he was murdered.
He was shot.
Son. A lawyer should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey to the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, or tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you, you're my son after all. Never in my wildest dreams did I think this case was going to go this route.
Why didn't you?
At all. I honestly, for a while, I thought the Queen was just going to be like the big bad murderer for everything. And maybe she still has something for something, but she seems genuinely like, oh, Dirk's dead? How great! Like, I don't know how much she knew, but a lot of my assumptions have been turned upside down. Derek, I think I finally understand. I can't yield, not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. volume a little louder. Apologies. Oh no, don't change the channel. I need to get better batteries for afternoons.
Stop.
This? Okay.
There we go. Okay. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine now. This has also some similarities to the final case of the third game, because in that one it was, oh, this person you thought was with you for this chunk of this case wasn't really her. Only in this case, he's freaking dead.
I'm still confused as to why he kept coming back and like listening to her and like why has she done this?
Yeah, the motive, I am really...
I don't know.
No. How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy has been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. And in the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be, so he was dead in the States, too? Someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. So, he was dead even in the United States? Could it be the Queen? Wouldn't be Maya? Or would it be? This is who was channeling him? I don't think so, Apollo. Okay. So would it be Amara as well? Has Amara been with us the whole time? I don't know how she would get in so easily, though.
I didn't think she's dead.
Someone who could get into and stay in the U.S. without arousing suspicion. You'd also have a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing.
Take that!
No? Then it has to be Maya.
Oh, is that what she means? Oh, she was like lying to us?
Yeah, she wouldn't tell Dirk. Dirk said not to tell. Because I think that was a way for him to be able to see his son. That's why I thought it was Maya. Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. Yep. So she did something nice for Dirk. Didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo, there's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. Aww, look at her. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb, where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. That also explains when Inga was like, "Ah, we got someone close to you, see?" That Dirk said, "Oh, he's got nothing." Because he was Maya, apparently. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But when he was on the stand talking to his sister, he was calling her a witch and a spider and wicked and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So there's more to this.
Well, he's trying to overthrow her.
Okay.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I guess it's him talking and not the sister.
Yeah, so that, and to be fair, I was thinking the same thing, because when I said, oh, that's why he was agreeing with the prosecution, I thought to myself, wait, no. Amara's not talking through him. He's the one saying that, so let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Hey, long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Hey, that's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Dirk! Heh, did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Ugh. What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this! Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've got to help you. Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit, Miriam, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it, don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play. No, please hang in there, you can still make it. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you, one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off, and that this was his last chance. Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed,
I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well, your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Fey, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Fey, which would be Amara.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Fey's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible. Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Sanmati, and you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterward. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tube looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Fey's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Fey in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes and smeared blood onto them. Picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately it was all for naught. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting? They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. The revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Fey? And And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Oh, you did! Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was 2 p.m.? Well, I would say the dog is really good proof, so is the warbat, so is the firecracker. Since further testimony will be required of me, as it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sudmadhi, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sudmadhi to be the foul murderer that he was, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why isn't Yuta doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Now, Yuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. Go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theory is about a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a grand priestess with his silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before? But to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell. Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate? I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been.
Hold it!
I actually do. It's that necklace. The necklace was there.
That's true. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Fey, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fey was tied up in the tomb. That means the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Eek! Forgive us your mercifulness. Really, your majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in crime?
Objection!
Oh, come on! What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Get out of here with that crap. Can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Yes, we can. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well, let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? Alright.
Objection!
Queen Amara, Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime. And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie, because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk. Oh, the photograph of him, because his is on there.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's. His own pendant.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair. If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? The person dressed in pink.
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. Oh, get out of here! There's a picture in it! Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now, this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara? It belongs to you, doesn't it? Ooh. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Mayuda, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling the spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used, but he kept quiet all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, Ah! This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Karain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nayuda. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no other choice. It was the only way. The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati, I suppose this means they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it, that Dirk tried to assassinate her. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections. This cannot be my mother. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But... very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. Your Benevolence? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, Your Benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nina? Rafa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. Barbed head, horned head! Are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. It's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue the trial? Yes. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find out is to continue this trial. Hornhead. Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light?
Motive.
Yeah, I still don't get the motive.
Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Karain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy. Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago, and as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
That's a lie.
Oh, wow. My bracelet. Apollo, yep. It seems the trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide-and-seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. It's gotta be the slewing part. I actually didn't see anything. Oh,
Gotcha!
yeah. As much as I'd like to get all the answers, I don't know if we're going to be able to finish the case tonight. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so you take me for a fool. How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see than darkness and more darkness.
Is that actually Amara and not?
And not the queen? Oh.
I don't think the queen possesses the powers.
That's what you were thinking for a while. So,
And the orb is really for her, not the husband.
yeah. Because they both have the same thing on their face. You know, the marks on their cheeks.
Does she have the diamond on her? Oh, we can't see the diamond.
Can't see the diamond. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are.
This is so convoluted.
There's so much to this.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. I don't know if I'd say it's convoluted, but there's a lot more than I thought.
Yeah.
What's that right there? An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence? You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? The person in this photo isn't Queen Geraint, then who is it?
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Geraint. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Yep. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is, yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see this changes everything? We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m., the exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime. Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means, while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Oh, Kanka! What's going on here? Is her mercifulness covering herself? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi, which would be the Queen.
Take that!
Why, is this some kind of a joke? No, Your Majesty, I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence Garan Sigatar Karan. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body, and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... What?
Did you get shot?
No. Ha ha ha! I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Oh my god. Garan couldn't have. Could she? Someone call for an ambulance quickly now.
Good stuff.
This is a good stopping point. Ooh.
There is so much going on.
Yes. Dirk was dead, and Amara looks like she was doing the Queen's bidding, and now was killed for it?
Why?
I guess at some point we're going to find out, but some other time.
What are these little kitties?
Oh my god. Wait till you see how long we've been playing.
Oh, that's so long.
It didn't feel like 4 hours to me!
Yeah. A big novel.
I mean, I thought the case was ending sooner than that, to be honest, but Okay, whew. Well, this continues next time.